All right, Mr.
All right, everybody may be seated. We have everyone? Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Counsel, please approach. Okay, first witness on behalf of the defendant.
The defense calls Kimberly Ingram, Your Honor. And I'm going to get it off the printer. I had her down far in the building.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. Before you have a seat right there, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. If you would please, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Answer the questions that Mr. Lewis asks you, and then lawyer for the Commonwealth may also have some
Do I
questions.
have to have my mask on?
You can take it off or leave it on depending on your comfort.
Take it off.
Morning, ma'am. While you're scooting up there, introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them your name and where you're from.
My name's Kimberly Ingram. I'm from New York.
And you may have to lean forward just a bit so that everybody can hear you.
Okay.
through the microphone.
My name's Kimberly Ingram and I'm from New York.
Kim, did you know a guy named Eugene Mitchell?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's previously been entered as an exhibit. Him?
That's him.
How'd you know him?
I met him back in 1994 in rehab, and we started a relationship there.
Where was that?
In New York,
What area of New York?
Gowanda,
You know,
Cattaraugus County.
so it's like upstate.
Yeah, by where I live. Yeah.
Okay. And how long and you had an intimate type relationship?
Yes, we did.
How long did that go on?
On and off for till about 97, and then he contacted me again in maybe 2010 or 11. He called me, and we reconnected then.
So you had quite a few years with this man.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And my first question, you'd mentioned rehab. Kim, you've struggled with addictions yourself, is that right?
Yes, I have.
And was Mr. Mitchell a part of that process?
He's the one who introduced me.
What was the drug?
Crack.
Crack cocaine?
Yes, he taught me how to smoke it.
You all used it together?
Yep. Yes.
I'm going to ask you this just because I want to be clear between the two of you. How old are you now?
I'm now 48.
Do you have any idea how old Mr. Mitchell is?
He's 16 years older than me, so 48. 64 he is.
How old were you when you met him?
21.
That's when you began this relationship.
Yes.
Over those years, you, I assume, became somewhat familiar with how he reacted to the use of crack cocaine and alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell the jury about that.
When he would get high, especially when I came down to Kentucky, and when he drank, he became like another person. He became like almost like delusional. He became physically violent. I ended up having to go to a domestic violence shelter.
We're going to ask about that.
Okay.
So he delusional and physically violent with you.
Yes, with me.
And I want to ask you about there was more than once, wasn't there?
Oh yeah.
And he had a specific thing he would do to you during acts of violence, or he did a few times, right?
Yes.
What was that?
He would rape me anally. He would call it my punishment.
He would rape you anally and call it your punishment.
Yes.
There was a time, just to orient you a little bit, it was in a barn or something in 1996. You would have been how old?
I don't know.
In your 20s.
Yeah, I was in my 20s.
And what happened there?
I had disobeyed him or talked back, and he raped me anally.
This happened in the barn.
Mm-hmm.
And you at some point continued a relationship with him, right?
Yeah.
Did you call the police?
No.
Why didn't you feel like you could? Or, I mean, why didn't you?
Just it felt like I couldn't. And the one other time that I can vividly remember, we were in a hotel room. I was on the run from probation, felony probation, and I wanted to go home. And he got angry with me, and he forced me down on the bed on my stomach, and he raped me anally, and he rolled over and went to sleep, and that was the end of it. Like, I couldn't call the police because I was on the run and I would get arrested, so I couldn't.
Did he know that about you?
Yes, he did know that.
Was that another punishment? then?
Yeah. Yep. Because I wanted to go home.
You talked about delusions. There was something about he would think you had drugs, or
He one time he thought that I had, this was in Kentucky, that I had crack on me, and he would put his fingers in my mouth, in my vagina, in my ass, pulled my pants off as I'm telling him no, and I didn't have anything. He swore that I brought, pardon my language, another nigger up from New York, and that I was sleeping with him. It never happened.
and this happened in Louisville, right?
This happened in Louisville. Yeah.
So that's I have some more questions about that. But was he, as you call it, high and under the influence?
He was high and under the influence of liquor. Yeah. Smoke crack and drinking his liquor.
So you had a visit to Louisville at some point.
Yeah, I did.
Early 2013, something like
Somewhere
that.
around there. Yeah.
In fact, you had mentioned it was close to Christmas or something.
Yeah, I left. It was like my Christmas present to come down here, and I actually had planned to move down here, but everything happened and it was best that I leave.
Okay, so that would have been December of 2012. Is that right? And then
I
into-
think so, yeah.
Okay. And had you ever been to Louisville before?
No,
Did you have any other contacts in Louisville other than?
no,
Okay, and did you stay with him when you came down?
yeah, I did.
Where was that you stayed?
I don't remember,
Remember the name of the road or?
not right offhand. If you refresh my memory, I'd probably be able to.
Well, let me ask, okay, and I'm gonna look for a map while I'm talking. Can I walk up here, Judge?
You may.
Can you still hear me okay? I'm just gonna
Yeah.
talk behind your back for a minute, sorry. You remember a little neighborhood that had like a neighborhood liquor store in it and
Yeah,
apartment
little
buildings?
club, yeah,
What's that?
in a little club,
And a little club?
yeah,
Is that what we're talking about?
yeah,
If I said Landing Drive, would that ring a
Yeah.
bell?
yeah, that would,
That sound like where the apartment was?
yeah, somewhere around there.
So orient us a little bit, just so we know it's the right place. Um, there's a little club and it's next to a liquor store.
And then there was like a little like Arab store that was on the end.
A little store, what,
An
run by
Arab
Arabs?
store, yeah, yeah.
Okay, and that's the liquor store.
No, there was another one. It was like, there was like a little mini mart, the liquor store, and then like a club,
And like, how far was all that stuff from the Landing Drive?
maybe a 5-minute walk. It
Okay.
was, it was right there.
Did you sometimes go up there with him?
Yes,
Okay. Your visit in 2013 started in Christmas of 2012.
yeah,
How did that end?
not well, not well. He, I don't know what, I don't really remember what sparked the argument, but he held me down in the love seat. He didn't have his finger, like his hands around my throat, but they were holding me down on my chest. And he didn't have a shirt on. I bit him on his chest and he bit me on my face. I called the domestic violence shelter. He called the police and I ended up going to the domestic violence shelter and going back to New York from there.
So your parting with him was to go to a domestic violence shelter,
Yes,
and then you got back on a bus or
I got on a
train?
bus and went back to New York.
Okay, and you were telling us that one of this instance of violence with him, was that also sort of crack fueled and liquor fueled?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
He becomes somebody else when he drinks and he gets high.
and what do you mean by that? Become
He-
somebody else?
He like, you can see it in his eyes. He becomes somebody else. He thinks things are happening that aren't real. Like he threatened to shoot up the apartment and, oh, that'll get the nigger out. What? Who?
This is in Louisville?
This is in Louisville at his apartment. There's nobody there. There's nobody there, Eugene. There's nobody there. And he would swear that there was. There's nobody there. I didn't bring anybody up from New York with me. Like,
So the delusion is like you brought somebody else?
yeah,
And we're hiding them in the apartment?
yeah, and having sex with them.
So it's like a jealousy thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as defense exhibit 63 through 68 before we
Okay.
move on. I want you to look at these and tell me if you recognize what they are.
That was the bite mark to my face when he bit me, when he had me down on the love seat.
That's number 63.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of that?
Yeah, I mean,
How did that
But-
picture get taken? I should ask.
it's a domestic violence shelter.
Okay,
That's it's a close-up of the bite mark. And if this were clear, you could see his teeth, the teeth mark in my jaw. Like here,
Is
you
that
can
also,
see the
I
teeth.
just
Yeah,
gotta ask you a couple, that's a
Yeah.
fair and accurate portrayal
Yeah.
of what you looked
Yeah.
like at that time, okay?
yeah.
And then what's 65?
That's another bite mark, and you can see his teeth right there.
65?
Yep.
Okay.
And this is when he had pushed me into the bathtub. I think I took this picture, and my forehead hit the cast iron bathtub.
Is that in the apartment at Louisville?
Yeah,
This is
I was-
all part of the thing that caused you to go to the domestic violence shelter?
this wasn't actually, but the bite was.
Okay,
This was just another incident with him. I believe,
67.
and that's the love seat. I took this picture. He either bit me or I scratched it on something, and you can see that there's stuff all over the floor. Like it's just,
That's an injury to your finger?
yeah,
Okay.
more bruises from him.
68 is bruises on your arm.
Yeah,
You had said there was so this incident with, move to admit these, Judge.
Any objection? No objection. So admitted.
And I'm going to request that we publish them in paper since we're having
That's
trouble with the technical difficulties. Can I hand this over?
Actually, if you would have Chambers hand them to the jury.
Thank you. So there was a separate incident. He knocked you into the bathtub? or
yeah. There were a couple of instances where he would put his hands on me or push me around. Yeah,
Okay. And then this last one where you, the police were called, you went to domestic violence
Yeah.
shelter. That was the biting thing?
yeah.
And
Like that was the last like straw. Like I feared for my life. Like he was holding me down. I couldn't get up. And the only thing I could think to do, I was like trying to poke him in the eye, like anything to get him off me. And I bit him in the chest.
Was this the incident where he was searching your orifices?
No,
Okay, that
it's
was
just a separate incident.
Okay. And just because we heard about a couple different ones in Louisville, is he all good and clean and sober when he's doing this last one to you?
No,
What's his state?
inebriated. He's high. He's drunk.
Did he use crack too?
Yes.
My next questions to you are, so you go back to New York, right?
Yep.
Did you ever return to Louisville?
No. Well, for his trial, I did.
Well, what I want to ask you about is you were not back after your visit in 13,
No.
but you got some phone calls from him.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And there was a set of phone calls you received. First of all, do you remember what your phone number was back then?
Do I have to say it? Oh,
Is
it's
it the same-
not
is
the
it the
same.
same
It was,
one?
I think it was 716-467-0701.
716.
467-0701.
701. Okay. And on about November 2013, he was calling you with some weird stuff to talk about, right?
Yeah.
What was that?
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
So in these phone conversations, I want you to listen to me, Miss Ingram, and
Okay.
just answer what I'm asking you, okay?
Okay,
Um, Without telling me the content of all of them, he divulged a set of things to you that then caused the police to come, and first they called you
yes,
to talk to you, and they wanted to know about those phone conversations, right?
yes,
And in fact, they flew in person all the way to New York and found you and took a statement from you at that time, right?
yes,
All because of that set of things that Mr. Mitchell had told you in the phone calls.
correct.
Okay. Just one moment, Judge. I believe that's all I had, Judge.
All right, Ms. Gagnini?
Your Honor, I actually don't have any questions for Ms. Ball.
All right,
It's Mrs. Ingram.
before we let this witness go, could counsel please approach? Accused?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Next witness for the defendant.
Megan. Oh, okay. Yes, Judge, there's a witness from the Jefferson District Clerk's office. I don't recall her name.
Okay.
Can I approach the bench?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, do you mind if I get the easel while she's? It's okay.
Does that block anybody from seeing?
No, I think that's what the worker was behind.
We'll put it behind us. Is that better?
Can I approach?
Mhm. Mr. Lewis, do you need to go out and assist Deputy Coleman?
I may do that. There were two people and I didn't know.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. Before you get up to the witness stand, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth? Okay, thank you. And then can I get your full name? Clark, C-L-A-R-K? All right. If you would have a seat on the witness stand or temporary witness stand there. And when you're answering questions, you can keep your mask on or take it off, whatever you're most comfortable with. I'm just going to ask you to speak up and speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Introduce yourself to the jury and state where you work, please.
Hi, my name is Catherine Clark, and I work for the Office of the Circuit Court Clerk.
And what is the office of the circuit court clerk?
The Office of the Circuit Court Clerk is the keeper of the record for the courts.
And that includes records of when someone is, for example, charged with a crime and the course of proceedings that occur in court.
Yes,
And are those records maintained as part of the ordinary course of duties of the clerk's office?
yes,
And are you one of those employees that has that duty?
yes, sir.
Okay. And are they true and accurate copies of the court events
Yes,
in question? And you were asked to bring a set of court records with you today, right?
yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you generally as to the set you brought. You've actually brought originals, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are there copies made as well?
Yes,
Is each copy a true and accurate copy of the record?
yes, sir.
Okay. One moment, I'll finish. Okay. I want to begin by asking you about a case, and we'll call it by number first, if I can get it right. 09F4113. Do you have a case file like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have it there with you? Okay. What number do we have? On the exhibits. Do you know what number we're at on defense exhibit?
69.
Thank you, I'm sorry. I'm gonna mark that one as defense 69 first. Who is the individual charged in that case?
Eugene Mitchell.
Eugene Mitchell. And this involved a charge originally of assault second degree, but it was amended to assault fourth degree.
Yes,
Okay, and there was a charge of alcohol intoxication as well.
yes.
Okay, and can you tell us, does it denote over in the arrest uniform citation, the name of the victim in this case?
Yes.
What is that name?
Pamela Record.
Pamela Record. Okay. And contained as part of this file in the ordinary course is a rendition by the police during charging of the events of the case, right?
Yes,
And can you read to the jury what this says?
yes. Says officer responded to above location on a trouble run a man and woman fighting. Officer found a female with wounds from the mouth. Sorry, it's very hard to read.
And this will be admitted. Does it look like it says and face, mouth and face?
Yes, mouth and face. Female was missing a tooth. Female stated that she went to walk away from subject, and subject placed possibly a cane in female's mouth and pulled her to the ground. A witness stated the same. Subject stated that he did place the cane in victim's mouth because victim was fighting with another female. Subject smelled heavily of an alcoholic beverage and had bloodshot eyes.
Okay, and what was the arrest date in this case?
4/16/09.
Assault, fourth degree, and the name of the victim there stated was Pamela Record.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, want to look at 09M, I believe it's 29004,
Yes.
and we'll mark that as Defense Exhibit 70. Same questions for you. Who does that relate to?
Eugene Mitchell.
And it gives his identifiers such as date of birth and so on.
Yes.
Okay. And what were the charges laid in this one?
We have use, possession of drug paraphernalia, first offense, assault, fourth degree, domestic violence with minor injury, violation of a Kentucky EPO.
Violation of a what is an EPO?
Oh, emergency protective order. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. If we could go over to the, is there a uniform citation contained in that one?
Yes, sir.
Well, what's the date of the offense here?
12/2/09.
You said assault fourth degree, violation of the EPO. Protective order, and-
Yes, sir.
And
And
drug paraphernalia.
drug paraphernalia.
We'll just call that PDP. If you could go back to the cover sheet of it there, there's subpoenas listed. Does it say who a witness name on that one? The lay witness, of course.
Pamela Record.
Also Pamela Record.
Yes.
Okay, and what is the allegation there made at the arrest of what the events were?
It says officer received run to above location on domestic violence. Victim reports subject had been drinking all day and was angry he had to move out. Subject told victim he would kill her before he moved out and tried to stab her. Subject then punched victim in the cheek and nose. Victim had noticeable injuries. When officer placed subject under arrest, officers found rolling papers and a small metal crack pipe in his pocket. Subject also had a bottle of alcohol in his pocket.
Okay. And do you also have what I'll mark as Defense Exhibit 71? Do you have a certified copy of 09M24560?
Yes, sir.
And who's the subject that relates to?
Eugene Mitchell,
And what are the charges in that one?
disorderly conduct and alcohol intoxication in a public place, first and second offense.
Okay. And what were the statements, what I call disorderly conduct, D, C, and AI, alcohol intoxication? What does the arrest slip relate?
Officer observed listed subject or, oh. Officer observed listed struggling in street at listed on approach. Officer observed subject red, glassy eyes, blurred speech, smelled of alcohol beverage, subject began cursing at officers and citizens in area.
Could it be causing alarm?
Yes, causing alarm.
Okay. Next, I'll mark as Defense Exhibit 72. Do you have a certified copy of the case 09M? I believe it's 10474.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, does that relate to Eugene Mitchell as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what's the date of the offense on that one?
5909.
And what's the allegation there?
Alcohol intoxication, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, and terroristic threatening third.
Okay, and what is the facts related? There's a file.
EMS responded on person down. When officers arrived, subject became combative. He was on a TARC bus. Subject smelled strongly of alcohol and had slurred speech. Subject was loud and belligerent, causing disturbance to bystanders. When officers were trying to place subject under arrest, subject refused to put his hands behind his back. Officers gained control of subject and placed him under arrest. On the way to the jail, he threatened to kill officer and also stated he would get his girl to beat up officers.
Okay. You have a certified copy of an 06M 27743.
Yes,
Who does that relate to?
Eugene Mitchell,
And the date of the arrest, the offense?
12/10/06.
Okay, and the charges?
Alcohol intoxication in a public place, first and second. Disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, and terroristic threatening, third degree.
Okay, and are you able to make out the arrest form in that one?
No, sir.
Not a good enough copy.
No, sir.
It does relate to Eugene Mitchell.
Yes.
Alcohol intoxication, I'll make sure I get it right. Disorderly conduct and resisting arrest on that one.
Yes, and terroristic threatening, third degree.
And terrorism. Okay. And what I've marked as defense exhibit, will mark as defense exhibit 74. I'm looking for an 06M 9135.
Yes.
Okay, who's that relate to?
Eugene Mitchell,
What's the charge and what's the allegation made?
alcohol intoxication in a public place, first and second offense, and disorderly conduct.
What's the date of the offense?
4/27/06.
Can you make out the statement of facts there, the arrest allegation?
Yes, sir. Officers received run on above subject yelling at Liquor City customers and refusing to leave. When officer asked subject to let go of 40-ounce beer he was holding, subject refused and began wrestling with officer. Subject highly intoxicated, cursing officer and corrections.
Okay, do you have it? File 07M, I kind of got out of order there. 07M 4601.
Yes, sir.
Does that relate to Eugene Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
What are the charges in that one?
Alcohol intoxication in a public place, first and second. Disorderly conduct, first degree, resisting arrest, and assault, fourth degree, domestic violence, minor injury.
Okay, and what are the allegations in that one? First, what's the date?
3/2/07.
Okay, and what's the allegation?
The subject listed came into Walgreens yelling about losing his wallet on Tark. I asked subject to calm down. Subject said, "Fuck you." Subject appeared intoxicated. I told subject to leave property. Subject said, "I bet if I tear up this place, I bet you'll call Tark." I told subject to step outside. When subject got outside, subject continued to yell and curse and cause public disorder. I told subject he was under arrest. I placed my hand on subject. Subject pulled away and pulled away and started running. Subject turned in the middle of Dixie and Hill Street in a defensive stance. I took subject to the ground. Subject continued fighting and resisting.
Kind of hard to make out the.
Yeah,
Says LMPD arrived.
yes, sir.
Okay. And what I'll mark as Defense Exhibit 76, I'm looking at an 06F 6583.
Yes, sir.
You have a certified copy of that one.
Yes, sir.
Does that relate to Eugene Mitchell as well?
Yes, sir.
And the charges in that one?
Criminal trespass, second degree, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, terroristic threatening, second degree.
Okay. And what are the allegations in that?
Above subject was at apartment 211, began to fight. Officer asked subject to leave. Subject refused to leave. Looks like, again, officer asked subject to leave. Subject refused to leave. Subject became very loud with officer. As officer asked subject to leave again, and he refused. At this time, officer told subject that he was under arrest for CT. This is when subject began to fight with officer. Looks like RA.
Yeah.
And being very loud, subject told officers that he was going to do him for his money. Subject had to be it's hard to make out that, but
Something by officers.
yes.
Criminal trespass, second degree, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, and terroristic threatening.
Second degree.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just one moment. Judge, could I approach the bench for a moment, please?
Mhm.
And finally, I want to look, please, at 06F 4506.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to mark that as defense exhibit 77. Okay, does that involve Eugene Mitchell as well?
Yes, sir.
And what's the date of this event?
4/15/06.
And what's the charges?
Arson, second degree, resisting arrest, terroristic threatening, disorderly conduct, criminal mischief, third degree.
And what are the, what's the statement of facts in this one?
Above subject set fire to a pile of clothes just outside of his house. Fire responded and put fire out, then told subject he can't do that in the city. A short time later, subject again set fire that got out of control. Fire once again put fire out. Officers placed subject under arrest. Subject then resisted by not getting into car. He fell to ground yelling and cursing, causing alarm to neighborhood. Subject also threatened to kill police officer. During the time subject was resisting officers, Foster's pants were scuffed and ruined.
Okay, just one more question, going all the way back to 09F 4113 that I've marked as defense exhibit 69. Can you find that one again?
Yes, sir.
Is that, you have the original jacket with you there too? So I want to ask you a
Yes.
couple things about the history of it. Make sure you can see it on the jacket.
Yes.
Okay. This is the one that involved assault fourth degree alcohol intoxication from April of 09,
Yes, sir.
and the victim being Pamela Record.
Yes.
Yeah, so that had some subsequent history where there was an allegation of probation violations, right?
Yes, sir.
And that went on a couple of times in front of the court, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do I see, it looks like the last one was December 30th of 2010, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that last entry of the history in that case?
It is on the case history here.
Mhm.
On the case history itself, it says the charge was filed on 12/30/10, and then motion to revoke probation by the county attorney.
Okay, and then that got disposed of in some way in court.
Yes.
So, and can you tell us a report date like in 2011 that involved that issue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and that would have been a probation violation. That's a claim that he was put on some conditions and he violated them, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, move the admission of defense exhibit 69 through 77. I don't have any more questions.
Subject to previous discussion. So admitted.
Can I just put them up here?
Yep.
I have no more questions.
Any questions?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
May this witness be excused? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Next witness for the defendant.
Tammy Smithson, Your Honor.
Are you going to need the chart with Ms. Smithson?
No, I'll move
Do
that.
you mind moving it?
Sure.
Good morning, ma'am.
See.
So yeah, you're going to have a seat over there, but before you do, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. You can leave your mask on or take it off when you're answering questions.
Okay,
Good morning, ma'am.
good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Tammy Lynn Smithson.
Okay, Tammy, I've got some questions. You live in another part of Kentucky.
I live in Muldrow.
Okay. Got some questions for you related to around October 2013.
Okay,
Where were you living then?
4849 Seabury Lane in Louisville, Kentucky, Norfolk Apartments.
In the Norfolk Apartments area?
Mhm.
And did you have a run-in with a guy named Eugene Mitchell in October?
I knew him as
2013?
Red. Yes, sir, I did.
You knew him as Red?
Mhm.
Okay, so did you know who he was before this thing?
No, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened with Red, Eugene Mitchell.
Well, it was very uncommon for me to walk anywhere because I'm sick. But that day I'd walk to the store with Chet Carwell, call him Chad. We walked to the store and he was talking to the guy. The guy kind of followed us home.
Is the
And
guy Eugene?
Red, yes, Red followed. He was like walking back with us. Well, we walked into my little patio thing and they were still talking, whatever. Chad left, this guy didn't leave, but he started talking and he was very insightful on some things. I was having problems with my 12-year-old son at the time. And he had been diagnosed with ADHD and ODD. Well, this man, Red, was telling me, he was a school teacher and then he dealt with kids like that before. And he actually, pushed me to the point where I did have my son, I took my son to Cozaire and had him admitted and, diagnosed. And my son has been diagnosed with one of the youngest cases of schizophrenia.
So that was kind of like the top.
Yeah, it was like, he was very insightful at first while he was talking. And my friend next door, Jessica Maddox, she was sitting over there. Well, I got it to go in because my mother was asleep. My children were upstairs asleep. My mother was asleep on the couch. And he was just like telling me that the landlord had locked him out of his apartment. And I'm like, well, I'm full here. We're at full capacity. I had my mom, my 2 brothers, and my 4 kids in a 3-bedroom and myself. So, and he kind of like, I went in and he kind of like walked in behind me. But before that, I'm sorry, another guy had came up and we don't drink. We don't drink in my house. My brother is a Christian and we respected him on that aspect. We didn't drink, but he started drinking with this guy named Fernando. I don't know his last name. And he kind of like followed me in and I'm like, man, you gotta be quiet. I didn't go no further than the bottom of my stairs is where I felt safe because my other brother, his bedroom was like right in front of the staircase. And he just kept pushing himself on me and I'm pushing him off and I'm telling him, come on, man, dude, you gotta go. You gotta go.
In what way?
He was forceful with me, come up behind me, trying to grab me, feeling on my boot. I'm real forceful. And I didn't know
Feeling on what?
my breast.
Mhm.
And he was just real forceful and I'm pushing him off. And I'm getting to the point where, I'm getting really angry. And I told him, I said, you gotta go, you gotta go, you gotta go. But I'm quiet because my mother is asleep. Well, my brother can hear a mouse pee on cotton 50 yards away. He's always on red alert because he was wanted at the time. That's why. Well, my brother opened the door and cocked his gun. And he told me, so you gotta go. Red said, I can cock my gun too. And my brother said, look, MFR, my gun don't only cock. Get the F out of my sister's house and leave her alone. Well, he walked him out and locked my door. I went upstairs to the second floor of my house and looked down. He's still sitting on my patio until about 8 or 9 o'clock that morning. The next morning, I stayed awake because of my kids. I wasn't at ease, you know. So during that time, though, the next couple of weeks, he just kept coming by my house. He had no reason to come by my house. There was nobody, he had no reason to be in that alley. He lived or stayed the other side. He'd come by and he'd wave and I'd wave and lock my door again, you know. My mother had moved out. My brother had got locked up. So I was there alone with my kids. It was very uneasy. I'm not allowed to own a handgun because I have a previous incident when I was younger with the mental aspect of my life. So I can't own a firearm. But, you know, I had knives everywhere. I had machete. You know what I'm saying? I tried to protect myself.
And let me ask you, this incident involving Red
Mhm.
in October 2013, at sometime a little later in the year, the police actually came to you.
Yes, they did.
Took a whole account of this,
Yes.
right? Did you tell them what you told us today?
Yeah, and the police didn't like me. They didn't like me in that district. I have a smart mouth. I admit it. I really do. I have issue when it comes to policemen.
Okay, but that's all the questions I have. for you
Yep.
today.
So I'm good.
Any questions from the Commonwealth?
No, we do not, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Well, that's it.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smithson. You may step down.
Okay, thank you so much and hope everything works out good. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Okay,
Do you need help?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Could we approach Judge?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our morning break. It is 10:25. If you would come back at 10:40, please. Okay, you all may be seated.
All jurors are present.
Thank you. You all may be seated. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? Next witness for the defendant,
Megan Clement.
Ms. Clementi.
Clement.
Good morning, ma'am. If you'll come through those swinging gates up to our temporary witness stand here. And before you have a seat, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. You can leave your mask on or take it off, whatever is most comfortable for you. I just ask that you speak up and speak into that microphone.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And actually, did Megan Clement or Clemente?
Clement.
Clement, okay, all right. I thought I had it. Okay, Ms. Clement, can you tell us how you're employed?
I am self-employed as a DNA consultant.
Okay, and what's the name of that group?
The company is Clement Consulting LLC.
Okay.
I'm gonna
And
take
how
this
long
off.
have you been in
Foggy.
business in this line of work?
I have been in forensics since 1985.
Okay, and can you tell the jury a brief history of your work experience?
Yes, I started in 1985 after graduating from my master's program. I was originally employed in Albuquerque Police Department for the city of Albuquerque. I was worked in their serology section, analyzing blood and body fluids. I worked there from March of 1985 through March of 1991. I then moved to Texas, where I worked for the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office in their forensic biology section. I did both DNA and serology testing there. And then in November of 1994, I moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, where I was employed for a company called LabCorp. They had a small forensic DNA testing section, and I was there from November of 1994 through June of 2012. In 2011, LabCorp had purchased a lab in Texas, and they closed the North Carolina lab. So they relocated me to Texas to work at their subsidiary, which was called Cellmark Forensics. I was there from 2012 to 2015, but in 2014, LabCorp bought another laboratory in Virginia called Bodie Technology, and they decided to close the Texas lab, so they relocated me to Virginia, and I was employed in their Virginia laboratory, Bodie Cellmark, until April of 2017, when I retired from my corporate job and started working independently. I also had a contract with Bodie, so they would refer cases to me through that contract was in place until December of 2018.
Okay. And are you board certified?
I am board certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in molecular biology.
Okay. And what does that mean?
To become board certified, it's like a lot of other board certifications, like a law bar exam, or there are various board examinations for doctors in specific specialties and things like that. It was about 6 months worth of studying. I had to know not just molecular biology, serology, and DNA, but also general forensic laboratory functions, how the various departments such as drug chemistry and fingerprints and toxicology, what the capabilities were of each of those. So it was a about 30 to 35% general, and then 65% specialized to forensic molecular biology.
Okay, and we heard from Ms. Shannon Phelps from the Kentucky State Police Laboratory, I believe it was a couple days ago. You have performed a lot of those tests that she had performed over the years.
Yes, absolutely. From the
Okay.
time I was employed, I started doing DNA in 1990, using the older technologies all the way through until 2015. I was actually signing reports, interpreting the data from 2016 until now. It's been more document review.
Okay, let's start off with kind of some of the basics of touch and transfer of DNA. So there are epithelial cells. And can you tell the jury what about that?
Yes, epithelial cells are basically the outer lining of cell. It's basically our skin cells, but it also are the type of cells that line our organs. And so the vaginal vault has epithelial cells. The inside of your mouth has epithelial cells. And obviously, your skin is epithelial cell.
Okay, so if I was to touch this table, there are epithelial cells on my skin, and it is possible that I could transfer DNA through touching something.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And would you describe that epithelial cells as a rich source of DNA? Or let me rephrase that. Aside from epithelial cells, there's another source of DNA that is bodily fluids.
Well, body fluids will carry various types of cells, and depending on what the body fluid is, you would have a different cell. For instance, semen will generally have sperm cells. It also has white blood cells in it. And then it could also have epithelial cells sloughed off from the male reproductive tract and the urethra as the semen is being deposited outside of the body. And so that is a body fluid that contains multiple types of cellular sources.
Okay. In that, where I was going with that, the epithelial versus the body fluids, which would be a richer source of DNA?
Generally, the body fluids will carry more cellular matter than simply touching would. So with the touch, you're not usually going to transfer as much DNA as you would find in a bodily fluid, such as either semen or vaginal secretions. Blood obviously is a body fluid that tends to have more DNA in it than simply just touching an item and then detecting the DNA from that.
Okay. When we talk about sex, two individuals having sex and DNA transfer, would you consider this activity one that would produce a high level of DNA transfer between those two individuals?
Yes, generally sexual intercourse will generate, there are a number of variables. Obviously, if there's ejaculation, then you would expect there to be quite a bit of DNA deposited. The length of time of the sex act, the longer it occurs, the more interaction, the more DNA that would be transferred between two individuals. You know, kissing is going to transfer DNA. All the typical physical activities that go just body to body contact. If you're naked laying on top of somebody, your skin contact with them is a large surface area, and there's more likelihood that DNA is going to be transferred in that situation.
So you could be transferring epithelial cells through touch during this process.
Yes.
And then you move on to the bodily fluids. If one were to engage in oral, vaginal, and anal sex, all of the body fluids you mentioned earlier, saliva, semen, blood, and vaginal secretions, could all of those be transferred as well?
Yes.
And they can go from person to person?
That's correct. It's a two-way transfer. It's not always a one-way transfer. There would be a two-way transfer from one person to the other and back again, or vice
Okay.
versa.
And speaking about, kind of switching gears here a little bit, as far as the transfer of epithelial cells, if one were to test, if I had a lighter and I were to click it, just a standard, just a regular Bic lighter where there's the roller on it, or you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
What, can you describe whether or not that would be a potential source of DNA?
Certainly. You have to apply pressure to the roller, and it is moving across your skin in order for it to ignite the flint to make the flame come up. So yes, that would be a potential source of DNA as well.
Okay. Let's talk about how long DNA can remain on an object or surface.
Depending on what it is exposed to, it can last for days, months, years. I mean, we've been able to extract DNA from items of clothing and samples that have been stored for decades. And so if DNA is in a dried state, it can stay for a long time. Now, there are certain things that will cause it to degrade more quickly. Exposure to direct sunlight, extreme heat, extreme humidity. Those might tend to degrade the DNA, but it's still possible to detect it and to get a profile from it years later.
Okay, and in the hypothetical of two individuals that have had sex, how long could that DNA that has been exchanged on that two-way street, how long could that DNA remain and still be able to be detected if it was collected?
It would depend on some of the activity that occurred after the sex. If somebody takes a shower, obviously there's going to be DNA which is washed off. However, generally, if it's something in the vaginal vault, that could be detected days later. If even with showering, depending on how vigorously you shower, it's still possible to detect DNA from a sexual activity after showering if they're not very thorough. So it's really, there's no steadfast amount of time. You certainly don't know unless you test it, but it can be around for a very long time.
Okay, and if one were to not shower, how long do you think it could?
If they were to not shower, days.
Okay. Okay, let's talk about condoms. There were some condoms in this case, and there was some testing done on them. One condom was a red condom, and the test placed DNA from both Mr. Allen and the victim in this case on both the inside and the outside. Can you identify to the jury how during sex that can happen?
Certainly, with condoms, simply the nature by which they're applied and taken off can cause mixture. A condom is generally rolled on, and if, let's see, a man is placing a condom on his own penis, then he could get some of his DNA on the outside of it as well. Obviously, cells from his penis are going to be transferred to the inside. Let's say sex occurs at that point, and so we have some female DNA on the outside. When the condom is taken off, it depends on how it's taken off. If it is rolled off from the top of the penis, then some of that external condom is then going to end up on the inside of part of the condom that's been rolled back. And then, it also depends on whether whether the condom is turned inside out when it's taken off, and who is touching it at that point. So there's any number of ways that DNA from two individuals, a male and a female, can end up on both the inside and the outside.
Okay. There was another condom that was found, and this condom had both Mr. Allen and the victim in this case on one side of it. However, the other side was only the victim. Can you describe scenarios where that would be the case?
Certainly, if the condom is put on by a gentleman and there's a sexual act and it's, say, either comes off while it's inside the victim or starts coming off and it's just pulled from the bottom so that there was never any interaction with the outside and inside of the condom through rolling, that could be one explanation. There's certainly situations where condoms are applied and if there's oral contact on the external portion of the condom, that could contain the female. So it's not just through sexual intercourse vaginally. You could also have it through anal, anal or oral sex as well.
Okay. Let's talk about YSTR testing. Can you differentiate? And I may be getting my words confused here. Autosomal DNA testing, that's where you match loci and actually make a match. Is that correct, or am I?
Well, with autosomal STR testing, that is the DNA that we inherit from both our mothers and our fathers. And everyone is unique unless they have an identical sibling. So the autosomal DNA testing is much more discriminating than the YSTR testing, which only looks at the Y chromosome, which is inherited from father to son. And so it's the autosomal is much more unique and much more discriminating. The YSTR, every male in the same paternal lineage should have the same YSTR profile. And so you have, it's not as discriminating and it's not unique to that particular male lineage either.
Okay, so as these are reported, I know they change over the years how test results are reported. That testing is where you could end up with a match or state that with some degree of certainty, this is unique DNA that belongs to that person.
With the autosomal STR testing, yes.
Okay, so tell us about YSTR testing and how the differentiation there.
With the YSTR testing, it's inherited. The entire Y chromosome is passed on from father to son. And so the entire paternal lineage will have that same profile. So the father's Y profile will be the same as a son's YSTR profile. If the father had a brother, the two brothers have the same YSTR profile. If the brother has a son, then the two male cousins will have the same YSTR profile. And so it's not unique. It is not as, that's why it's not as discriminating, because it's not unique to that particular individual. And we have also seen that there are some YSTR profiles that are more common generally in the population. So two seemingly unrelated male families may share the same Y profile, even though you don't see a direct lineage. Now, maybe if you look back 30 generations, you might find a direct lineage at that point, but at least in general, there are some Y profiles that are more commonly found in the population.
And going to that, that's across racial and ethnic populations.
That is correct. It is across ethnic populations, yes. So there are some Y profiles that you might see in the Caucasian population, and you will see that same exact profile in an African-American population and that same exact profile in a Hispanic population.
Okay, so this testing is very useful However, it's not, you can't get anywhere near the confirmatory results that you can get out of the autosomal testing.
That's correct.
Okay, so a lot of times the wording, what wording would be, if there was a mixture, what wording would be used to report that?
Generally with YSTR testing, the wording that is used is that this individual and their paternal relatives cannot be excluded as a potential source or are included as a source. So it's not usually this. In some laboratories, they will actually say in an autosomal situation, this profile came from this individual, barring any identical siblings. You can't get anywhere near that with YSTRs. Usually you simply can't exclude someone as being a possible source, or you include them as a possible source.
Okay, so when there's a mixture and the mixture includes one person, but it excludes another, what does that mean?
It means that if there's a mixture and you're including one person, you're saying that he and his paternal relatives are included as a possible source. If the second individual is excluded, then you know that you have a unidentified male because it's a mixture of two male DNA profiles. So if you only have two people, one's included, one's excluded, you know there's an unidentified male source there as well.
Okay. This is not necessarily apples to apples comparison, I don't think, and may go without saying, but prior to DNA, the DNA field has evolved over the years quite a bit, hasn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about AB, like blood testing?
Can we approach? Yeah.
Ms. Clement, I believe that is all of the questions. Oh, no, I apologize. I have one more set I need to go into here. You do have some reports there. And there is on report number 1, I believe it's item 9.9. There was a test done with a fingernail swab.
Yes.
Okay, and that included, I might be using the wrong language. I mean, it included Sheila Devine as identified, and then there was I believe it says a mixture left over. Is that correct? So no other identification made?
It said that additional DNA is present, but is too limited for interpretation.
Okay. And if you go to report number 2, that was tested using YSTR. And I believe it states that both Mr. Allen and Eugene Mitchell could be included as contributors to the mixture.
That's correct.
Okay, so can you kind of reconcile those two for us and make that make sense?
Certainly. The report number 1, the testing that was performed was the autosomal SCR testing that looked at all of the DNA inherited from mothers and fathers. And in that situation, they got a predominant profile, which matched Ms. Devine. And then when they did identify that there was some additional DNA, but it was just too limited for them to make any comparisons to anyone. And then in report number 2, they're actually performing the YSTR DNA testing. And what that does is with YSTR, it ignores all the other DNA which is in that sample. So it only looks for male DNA. And in that instance, they did identify that there was a mixture and that Guy Allen and Eugene Mitchell could not be excluded or could be included as possible contributors to that sample. So it's because of the 2 different types of tests that they were able to resolve that.
Okay. And kind of tying this all up where we started with touch, having sex, and the interactions that people have, can casual encounters transfer DNA underneath a fingernail?
Yes, there's a lot of literature which talks about the transfer of DNA through shaking hands, touching the same items, and through various means of innocent contact between individuals.
Okay. And certainly the DNA that was found that was not Ms. Devine's was, there was some that was too limited for the standard STR comparison, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If a person were to claw at another person, would that transfer more DNA, presumably?
Yeah, generally, if you're scratching someone or clawing at someone, you're going to, I mean, assuming that you're making contact with skin, you're going to deposit more DNA from that individual on your fingers, on your hands, under your nails. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Clement. I don't have any further questions for you.
That's great.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Christy Gray. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I just have a few questions for you. So you testified that you previously worked at Cellmark and Bodie Labs,
That's correct.
and those are both accredited labs.
Yes,
And that accreditation is kind of a national process that sets standards for all accredited labs, right?
it does. Yes.
Now, you testified that skin-to-skin contact can transfer DNA. If I do this and just touch and remove my hand quickly, is that going to leave, or is it likely that that would leave less DNA than if I put my hand here, leave it for a little while, and then remove my hand?
The longer you come in contact with an item, the more likely you will deposit, or the more DNA that is potentially deposited. So the length of time that something is in contact is obviously will increase the amount or the potential for transfer. So in your example, leaving your hand there, especially if you're moving it back and forth, causing friction, or placing it, picking it up and leaving it in the same spot multiple times, that would leave more DNA than just touching it one time.
Okay. And so skin-to-skin contact can transfer DNA.
Yes.
And would it make a difference? Is there more transfer if hands are sweaty, or does that make any type of difference?
Generally, yes. If hands are sweaty, there is a larger potential or higher rate of transfer of DNA. Yes.
Even if I touch this, I may leave DNA, but is there a possibility that there's not enough DNA to find a detectable level?
Yes.
Okay. And if I leave DNA, but it's a small sample, is it possible that even though there's DNA detected, the sample is not large enough to develop a meaningful profile?
Yes.
And am I correct in saying that a meaningful profile is one that you could actually compare to another?
Yes.
And you talked about some of the DNA that remains on a body that can be transferred during sex. You said that showering can remove it. Can things like washing your hands, urination, wiping yourself after urination, those kinds of things can remove DNA evidence.
Yes, those are all examples of how DNA could be removed.
And is that why law enforcement tries to encourage victims to go to the hospital as quickly as possible to get what we call the rape kit done before they've used the restroom and showered and things like that to better preserve evidence?
Yes.
And just to kind of follow up, so the autosomal DNA, Ms. Phelps obviously testified from the KSP lab, and they have a certain way of presenting their evidence with statistics, but there are essentially autosomal DNA creates a match. Is that correct?
If it's a single source profile, yes, or a major profile that you can, that matches a known reference, yes, that essentially is a match. When you get 16 locations or 15 locations and each one matches a reference sample, generally they refer to that as a match.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Boyd?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
I'm sorry, Judge. Could we approach before the next person?
Yes. Next witness for the defendant.
Defense calls Regina Pittman. She's, I think, down.
Good morning, ma'am. If you'll just come through those swinging gates up to this table over here. Before you have a seat, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat. When you're answering questions, you can take your mask off or leave it on depending on what you're comfortable with. I just asked, that's a microphone in front of you, that you just lean into the microphone and speak up when you're answering. Go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
Good morning, ma'am. Introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Gina Pittman.
Definitely move up to the microphone. You may have to take your mask off at some point so we can hear you through the microphone. Regina, do you know Guy Marcus Allen?
Yes.
And where do you live now?
Ohio.
Okay. There was a period of time when you lived in Louisville, right?
Yes.
And do you happen to remember when it was you came to Louisville?
2000, year 2000.
And how long did you live here?
2016.
So about 16 years.
Yes.
Okay. And what were some of the places you lived in Louisville?
I lived over on Blue Lake. I lived over on Norbrook and Barracks Road.
Barracks Road. And where is Barracks Road?
315 Barracks Road. It's over county line of Jefferson County and Bullitt County.
Out the Bullitt County line?
Yes.
And what, you lived in a house trailer out there?
Yes.
Okay. You, during your 16 years in Louisville, you struggled with addictions, is that right?
Yes.
And what were those, Ms. Pittman?
Mostly cocaine.
Okay. And did your path cross with Mr. Allen with regard to purchasing cocaine?
Yes.
Do you remember where you lived when you first met him?
Norbrook.
You lived in Norbrook?
Yes.
And would you buy it from him?
Yes.
And what kind of, first of all, in what form? Like a powder, crack?
Mostly crack.
Okay. What kind of quantities and money are we talking about?
I don't know. Wouldn't reach maybe $50 to $100, maybe somewhere around there.
$100.
Some-
Like, I guess people have an idea there's what they call rock and How much is that?
A small rock,
So
50
you
piece.
buy like one of those at a time?
Yes,
Okay. And did you continue? Well, let me ask you this. So you had a business relationship, I guess, with Mr. Allen, right?
yes.
But what level of interaction did you all have?
I mean, we had sex one time.
Was it a friendly?
Yes,
friendly relationship?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
How long do you think it went on for?
All night.
No.
I mean,
The
just
sex.
once, just once.
How long was your whole relationship with Mr. Allen? How many months, years?
I've known you for a few years before then.
Okay. And it began when you lived in Norbrook, you said?
When I first met him, yes.
Okay. And did it continue with him when you moved down to the trailer at the Bullitt County line?
Yes,
Okay. And did you continue to buy this product when
yes,
you were down there?
yes.
Okay. When you would contact either Mr. Allen or someone to get hold of Mr. Allen for that purpose, did he come down to your trailer all the way down there at the Bullitt County line?
Yes.
Okay. Do you, I don't know if you have any specific recollection of a date, but I want to kind of take you to the time frame in late 2013. And to orient things, I know you had yourself some like misdemeanor charges around that time and so on, right?
Yes.
Would that have been a period of time that you bought from Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any idea how many times he visited you at the trailer?
Many times.
Okay.
He's been there.
And did he sometimes have someone else with him?
Yeah, sometimes, mostly him.
Did you met his
We
brother?
have some, yeah, I met his brother,
Okay. Do you even remember the brother's name?
Wayne.
Wayne, okay. And did you meet him more than once?
Yes.
Okay. Was it frequent for him to be with Mr. Allen?
Every once in a while, yes.
Okay. And in fact, did you ever contact Wayne for the purpose of getting Mr. Allen to bring something to you?
I have.
Okay. So that was like a method you could use? If you
Yes.
couldn't reach him. Okay. During that fall period of time, kind of just before Thanksgiving and so on, that would have been a time you were buying?
Yes.
Okay. And would that have been a period of time during which you would have made one of these calls to Wayne to reach him? Do you remember that ever happening? during
Yeah,
that
I've
period?
done that many times, a couple times.
Okay. And does it make sense it might have happened around that time?
Probably so, yes.
Okay. And you remember anything? I know it's a lot to ask to get a calendar out, say which day or anything, but you remember any details of one of those? Like you're living at the trailer and you call Wayne to find.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally I have. So
Okay. What'd you call him? You had sort of a nickname. for him.
Slim,
You called him Slim?
Yeah.
Okay. And I do need to ask you, and I know it's prying a great deal, but I need to ask you. You mentioned that you'd all had sex before. And was that all bound up with the transfer of some cocaine and so on?
it just happened, we just friends and just happened.
Okay. But when he would come over to bring you the powder or the crack, was it just, here you go, give me the money and take off, or was it
No.
more than that?
Yeah, Slim would always come in and visit, hang out with us, with me and just hang out.
Did he do that down at the trailer?
Yes,
Okay. More than once?
all the time.
Okay. And when you would contact either him directly or contact Wayne to bring some product out, did he always respond right away?
No. You Slim was Slim. You'd have sometimes have to wait 3 or 4 hours or something like that. He was never on time.
Okay. So sometimes you call early in the evening and you wouldn't see him till
That evening.
much later.
Yeah.
During that period when you were a frequent crack cocaine user, was it common to continue using through the evening hours up to the next morning?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did in fact sometimes you use and ask somebody to bring you some more?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever gone on till the sun came up and called somebody to ask for
many, many, many nights.
many nights. What was your phone number back then? Do you remember?
Oh, I know I had so many phone numbers back then, I couldn't tell you.
Don't remember? Okay.
I know one of them was a 620 number.
Okay.
One
And why
was a
6
740 number, so,
The 620 would be the area code? Or,
yeah,
okay. And you had the 620 area code because you had originally come, was that the Ohio area?
no, it was just straight talk. They give you like a Kansas City off the wall kind of.
Okay, I
Number.
understand. Okay, well, it's time to pry. You ended up having sex with Slim, and that was during a time he had sold you some cocaine
Yeah,
and hung out, as you put it.
yes,
Describe how old are you?
I'm 52,
Okay, so you were late 40s at the time, I guess?
yes.
Describe Slim's demeanor, Mr. Allen's demeanor during sex.
General, I mean, awesome, actually awesome, but sorry.
I know it's a little embarrassing.
Um,
Did he ever try to force anything on you?
no, no,
Did he ever put hands somewhere you weren't comfortable, like on your neck or press down on you?
No. no,
Was all the sex consensual
absolutely,
for your part?
absolutely.
Do you feel like you were being taken advantage of because you were using drugs, or were you making your own decisions?
I'll make my own decisions.
Okay. Um, And in general, when Mr. Allen would visit with you, what was his demeanor like then?
Calm, collective, just sit there and normal people.
You even had a male friend at the time, is that right? When you lived in the trailer park?
Yes,
And what did he go by?
Mike.
Mike lived, somebody named Mike
Mike
lived down
Sawyer.
there.
Mhm.
And were you and Mike kind of a couple kind of thing? Or?
No, we were friends. Like, he's the only person I really knew down here. So he would help me out whenever I needed help and stuff.
Okay. And when Marcus would come down to hang out with you all and you bought something from him, would Mike sometimes hang out too?
Yeah.
Did a question ever come up like of jealousy or who's this guy or anything like that?
No, never.
Did Mike and
They got along.
Marcus get along?
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Gunning?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness step down? All right, ma'am, you are excused.
Judge, can we approach it this time? We have a
Yes.
kind of condition.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take an early lunch break and you're going to get a little longer than usual. It's 11:30. We're going to ask you to come back at 1. So enjoy that beautiful weather out there, maybe get some fresh air. Remember the admonition.
All right.
Okay, you all may be seated. Thank you, Josh. You all may be seated. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? All right. So ladies and gentlemen, the next two witnesses for the defendant are actually unavailable to testify in person in court here today. They have testified in this court previously under oath. And so the way we handle that is that the party who's tendering the evidence to you, who's presenting the evidence to you, will read the transcript of their testimony. And it's almost, although they're not going to take any liberties with interpreting it, it's almost like reading a theatrical script. So Mr. Van Treese is going to play the part of the witness. He's going to get up on the witness stand, and Mr. Lewis and Mr. Van Treese will read back and forth. And that is from the transcript of their previous testimony under oath. All right, so go ahead, Mr. Van Treese.
You want me to go up the stand?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna take my mask.
That's fine. And Mr. Lewis, this witness is?
Judge, this will be the testimony of a Mr. Calvin Birdsong.
Go ahead.
And I first state for the record that it reflects he was sworn in. We'll begin. Good morning. Would you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Calvin Birdsong, Jr., CJ.
Mr. Birdsong, do you know Eugene Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and do you call him Eugene or do you call him something else?
I call him Red.
Okay, how long have you known him?
I've been knowing Eugene, well, Red, probably for about 4 years.
Okay,
I want to say about 4 years. He's been working for me on my football program for about 2.5, almost 3 years.
now when you say you know him for 4 years, do you mean 4 years prior to 2013?
Let's see, 2011, 12, let me see. Yes, ma'am. At the time, or is it
And how would you describe your relationship with him?
Red?
He works for you. Do you all have a pretty good relationship with each other?
Red, me and his relationship was almost like a big uncle, little nephew relationship somewhat.
Okay, and are you familiar with Norfolk Liquor Store?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you live in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you, do you recall what your phone number was at that time back in November of 2013?
502-813-9772.
9772?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you remember encountering the defendant on November 11th of 2013 at Norfolk Liquors?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that encounter.
That was Monday night. Okay.
That would have been Monday.
Actually, I came home from football practice, did my normal routine, stopped at the liquor store. When I stopped in the liquor store, I seen Red and Mike arguing. So basically, I just pulled him outside, talked to him, and told him to calm down.
And you said he was arguing with Mike?
Yeah, but I don't know what about.
Okay.
I mean, but if the way I put it, if you know Red and Mike and the way they act relationship, they've argued all the time, but at the same time, they might be buddies the next day.
But it was concerning enough for you to just kind of pull him outside of the store and tell him, man, calm down, right?
Yeah, because I mean, the way I felt, I didn't want things to escalate, I didn't want things to get worse on his behalf or Mike's behalf, because we was all, associates, friends, if you want to put it.
Sure. So you were looking out for him.
Basically.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously introduced as an exhibit, the surveillance video from Norfolk Liquors. And if I could stop for a moment, Your Honor.
Yep.
All the videos will be available with the jury being referenced here. Mr. Birdsong, is that you in the video walking into the store?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to play just a little bit of it. I just want to make sure. Back there, the guy with the coat, is that Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we just saw you giving him a timeout sign there. Are you still just trying to calm him down?
Just calm down.
Okay. So how did, basically, timeout is due to football. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that's, go ahead.
So how did basically timeout is due to football terms because that's,
Okay.
just was timeout.
I think here in a second, the two of you will walk out together, and we're still referencing the video they're looking at. The two of you will walk out together. Did he leave with you that night?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you left on your own.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you drive to the liquor store?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you drive?
At that time,
Yeah, what did you drive in 2013?
at that time, I drove an 88 Suburban.
And is that the car you took up to the liquor store?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you got there in your vehicle, you left in your vehicle, and the defendant stayed behind?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you hear from the defendant in this case sometime later in the evening?
Yes, I did. I can't recall what time it was, but I talked to him before I went home and actually he called me and he's just like, hey man, I need a 50. I heard a little girl. I heard not a little girl. I heard a woman in the background saying, hurry up. And I told him where I was going to leave it. And that was it. And I seen him the next morning.
Okay, let's unpack that a little bit. So he called you, told you he needed a 50.
Yes, ma'am.
$50?
Yes, ma'am. 50 of cocaine.
A 50 of cocaine.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did he tell you what that was for?
He didn't have to tell me because the way the woman in the background was, I guess the way she said it, I already had in mind what was going on.
And did you leave him the 50?
Yes, I left it under the left fender of my truck.
And where was your truck parked?
A truck was parked at the time, my mom's house in our driveway.
Is that walking distance from the liquor store?
Yes, ma'am, not even 10 minutes.
Not even 10 minutes. Okay. So do you remember talking to Sergeant Jason Vance?
Are you the one who came to the headquarters? Yes. I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Are you the one I came to the headquarters? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember talking to him on November 26th and you said you came down to headquarters, right?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you all chatted about the defendant and his behavior and basically the conversation we're having today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at that time you told Sergeant Vance you had lent him $50.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I also believe at that time you told him that $50 was in exchange for oral sex.
I don't recall that. I don't recall it, but if I said it, I said it. But I don't recall that because, like I said, when I heard the phone call, I already knew on behalf what it was about anyway.
So you left him 50 of cocaine
Yes.
under your wheel well.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him later that night?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you didn't have any other interactions with him?
No, ma'am.
Okay, was that cocaine gone the next morning?
Yes, ma'am.
It was not there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I want to talk to you because I'm sure defense counsel will ask. You said Mr. Mitchell did some work for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he also help you move at some point?
No, he helped my baby mother move at the time. Well, he helped me move, basically. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he helped the two of you all move.
Yes, ma'am.
How long before the night of November 11th was that
Hold on. You say November 11th? We got our apartment on the 1st.
Would it have been around the first of the month?
Somewhere around that, or somewhere in that area, because I think she got the keys to the apartment around November 1st.
Okay, so
Something like that.
somewhere around a week to 2 weeks before.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, if I recall.
Okay, do you recall him hurting his hand during that move?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Him and Cody at the time, which is my baby mama's name, they was packing a twin size bed up the stairs or steps. They had already been arguing in them two, and I just want to say they just got frustrated. One of them got frustrated and they dropped. I do remember him hitting his hand up against, I don't know if it was all or the guardrail of the turning. And that's basically That's all I remember.
Now, you pointed to your hand in kind of the knuckle area, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So on November 11, he would have had a scabbing wound in that area.
Yes. If it's now, did it happen at yes, he had, it happened. The scab happened when he moved. Now, did this occur? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Now, did this occur before she moved? I don't know. That's where I'm lost at.
Okay. Now, also, I want to direct you back to your conversation with Sergeant Vance at headquarters on the 26th. Do you remember talking to the defendant the following day, the morning after that Monday night of the 11th?
Who, Eugene?
Yes.
Yeah, I seen him next. You talking about the next morning after?
Yes.
I seen him the next morning after when I came home to pull up to the liquor store. One of the routine, he was out there sweeping the parking lot, and he had his like, man, forget her look on her face. You know, it wasn't no bad thing or nothing like that.
Did he give you any information about the completion of the transaction, the exchange for the cocaine for the oral sex?
I don't remember that. I can't recall that.
Okay, but if you sent to Detective Vance back in 2016 on November 26th that Eugene told you the victim failed to perform oral sex.
I said this in 2016.
Oh, I apologize. November 26, 2013.
Okay.
You would have said that in 2013 to Detective Vance. That would be, your memory was more accurate back then than it is now.
If I said it and it's on tape, I must have said it. I'm not going to sit here and say, no, I didn't say it, you know?
All right, Mr. Birdsong, I think those are all the questions we have for you today.
Okay. And Mr. Van Treese, are you gonna
Yes.
play the part of the next witness as well? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, ma'am. Judge, the witness is Tina Bratcher. And if the record could reflect, she was sworn in at the beginning of her testimony.
So noted.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bratcher. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Tina Bratcher.
And Tina, are you from Louisville?
Yes.
Have you lived here all your life?
Yes.
And what part of town do you live in?
Mainly around Preston area, South End.
Okay, are you familiar with the Fagenbush, kind of Norfolk area?
Yes.
Okay, and in 2013, did you speak to LMPD detectives about Eugene Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay, now let me ask you, do you know Eugene Mitchell by that name, or do you know him by the nickname of Red?
By the nickname of Red.
Okay, and tell us how long you've known him.
Well, I've known him just off the streets, about a year or so, not very long.
So about a year before November 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and Tina, I want to show you a video that was previously introduced as an exhibit. So this is November 11th at 11:55 p.m. And again, Judge, this would be available for the jury. Is that you walking into the store?
Yes.
Okay, who's with you?
My boyfriend, Brian
What was Brian's last name?
Hodge.
And do you see anybody else in the store that you know?
Yes.
Who else?
I see Red right there with the ball cap.
Red?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, and I know you told us you kind of knew Red for about a year, just around the neighborhood, I think it was. Did you ever hang out with him?
Just once, but not for very long.
And
We was kind of stranded over there in that area, and we went, just to his apartment because we didn't have anywhere else to go while our car was taken away. So
now, Tina, I want to talk to you about this particular night. Could you please tell us how Red was acting?
this particular night,
Uh-huh.
he was acting really, like he was mad and angry and just agitated and talking kind of out of his head. Didn't make sense, upset, arguing, just really like he was drunk and on something. He had been drinking a lot of liquor and doing something else, maybe. I don't know.
Had you drank with him before?
No.
Okay. Had you ever done any cocaine with him before or crack?
Yeah. And he also used to get it for me. That's how I would, talk about him. Uh-huh.
Now, Now, were you aware of his behavior while he was doing cocaine? How did he act?
He acted strange then, but nothing like he did that night.
Okay, so this particular night was different than what you knew him to act on a regular basis.
Yes, yeah. Usually he was loud and kind of, to the point, but he never, I've never seen him act like that.
Tell me a little bit more about that. What about this particular night was just
He just
stood out in your mind?
he just really seemed like he was upset, real bothered, and just really mad about something that he had been, really done, really wrong or something. I don't know.
Okay, so he was really upset on this particular
Yes.
night.
Uh-huh.
Were you afraid?
Yes, I was afraid of him and kind of, I stayed away from him because he kind of, intimidated me.
Tina, I want to show you a second video. Did you and Brian get to the store in a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
What kind of vehicle did you ride in?
It was a truck. It was an older model truck. It was our friend's. We borrowed it.
Okay, and did Red leave the store with you all?
Yes.
Where did you all take it?
We took him right down the street by the apartments back there.
Now I'm going to show you.
Right by behind the liquor store, but that's not directly behind it. It's over to the left coming down Fagenbush.
Now this video, let me know if you recognize any of the vehicles.
That vehicle right there, yeah.
Okay.
And he looks like he's hanging out of the back or something. He's gotten in the back of the truck that night. He got in the back of the truck that night because we really didn't want to give him a ride, but he asked, and so we were kind of looked. He said, I'll just jump in the back of the truck. So that's what he did because we were going that way anyway. I said, well, we're going that way anyway. So
did he tell you where he was going?
He wanted to be dropped off back there in them apartments. He didn't really say, or I can't remember exactly about that one, but I just know he wanted to go back in those apartments.
Now, you're talking about those apartments, and I'm going to pull up a map. And for the record, that's available as well. So if you could, please look at the screen behind you. I'm going to point up there. So 4308, is that where the liquor store is?
Yes.
Okay, and if this is Fagenbush Lane, the questioner requests to approach the witness, hands the witness a pointer. Ms. Bratcher, if you could just, I'm going to hand you this, and if you press it right there, it'll show us the route that you all took it.
Okay, so one is.
You got the point, okay, I'll see if I can show you.
Uh-huh.
Press the button here, this route.
Okay, so this button.
Yes, press the button and let us know the route that you took it.
Let's see.
There you go.
So this is the liquor store. This is Fagenbush right here. So we come off the parking lot and we went this way and went down to the first street on the left, right about here, the apartment's right in there.
Okay, if I may take that, thank you. Now let me zoom in just a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure that there's a.
And we didn't go in. He just jumped out and then we went on because we cut through there anyway, going back to where we was living, staying.
Okay.
Every time we went to the liquor store, that's the route we always took.
So you all were.
And he just wanted a real quick ride to the.
Quick ride, so it was just a few minutes. He was in the back of the truck and that was it?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Then he went high, hollered, and he jumped out and he acted really weird, just agitated. I was glad to see him jump out of the truck. I didn't know where he went. He just wanted to go to them apartments.
Now, let me ask you, did you know a Miss Sheila Devine?
No, I don't think so.
You did not know her?
No.
Okay.
I don't even know that name, but I could have seen her around, but I don't.
Did you know someone by the nickname of Blondie in the neighborhood?
No.
No?
Uh-huh.
So you did not know the victim in this case?
No.
Okay. Going back to the map, and if I could turn you around for a second, I think you pointed right here. That is a street that actually appears to be a driveway.
Oh, okay. Well, the first street on the left.
Okay. Would that be this street here?
Is that, yeah, that would be the street.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to make sure.
I just know it was the first street on the left and then another street that goes around the corner. And that's,
Okay, so you all,
but it was the first one.
you left the liquor store, drove this way, turned left, and then where did you drop him off at?
It was, okay, I'll show you.
Okay, it's this button right here.
It was about in here, we dropped him off as soon as, we turned on the street and came about in here and then he got out.
Okay, and was that your interaction with Eugene Mitchell on that night?
Yes,
Was that it?
that was it.
Thank you.
Next witness for the defendant. Right. Good afternoon, sir. You'll step up to the witness stand here, and before you have a seat, if you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a seat, make yourself comfortable. You can leave your mask on or take it off while you're answering questions. I just ask that you lean into that microphone just like you're doing and speak up when you're answering questions. Mr. Boyd, I think, is going to have some questions for you, and then some lawyers from the Commonwealth may too.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. You familiar with the property located at 2011 Landing Way?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. How are you? What's your interest in that property?
The apartments there, me and my brother inherited them because my dad passed away September 3rd, 2013.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm having a hard time hearing you, and I'm getting signals from the jurors that they can't hear you either. So
Okay,
I'm going to ask you to speak up louder than you ordinarily would.
okay. The apartments on 2011, me and my brother inherited them because my dad passed away on September 3rd, 2013.
Okay, so you inherited them in 2013. So November 2013, you were responsible for those apartments?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you manage and care for, maintain the property there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's an apartment building, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many units is that?
We have 15 units.
Okay. Do you know Eugene Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how did you know him?
I knew him because he was one of our tenants around that time, but we was in the process of evicting him, and he was already ordered not to be on the property.
In November of 2013?
Yes, inside the apartment. He could be on the property because he had friends and I guess people he knew, other people that lived there, but that apartment he could not go back in.
Okay, would he still try to access that apartment?
Yes, he would climb in through the window.
Okay, and he still had items and possessions in there?
Yes.
So had the sheriff just not come to set him out yet?
Yeah, they was about to set him out, but they didn't come and set him out yet.
Okay. Sometime in November, were you approached by Sergeant Vance?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you remember speaking to him about Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Did he ask you specifically whether or not Mr. Mitchell had been at the apartment complex on November 12th of 2013?
He asked me if he had came around or if I saw him that day. I said I saw him sometime during the daytime, but I don't know if it was morning or afternoon or whatever. But I had saw him and I had spoken with him.
Okay, and can you describe that interaction with Mr. Mitchell?
I had talked to Mr. Mitchell and he was kind of jumpy a little bit. I was observing him because I observe a lot of people just when I'm around that area, you know, the area over there, I observe everybody first before I even start we really getting to talking. And he got to talking and I was looking and he had scratches on his neck. His knuckles was all messed up, like he's been in an altercation, and then he had dry blood on his arm. And he was talking about asking me if I heard about a lady being murdered. And I was like, no, I haven't heard
Can I
it.
approach?
Yes.
Mr. Williams, if you can you state your full name one more time for us, please?
My full name,
Yes.
Julian L. Williams, Sr.
Okay. And going back to your interaction with, actually, Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Anything from the Commonwealth?
No, we don't have any questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Will this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you. See you.
Next witness for the defendant.
Judge, can we approach?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are finished for today. And we are going to take Monday off. The court has some other business to attend to on Monday. So we will resume proof in this case on Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. I'm going to ask that you do make arrangements to stay here as late as 6 on Tuesday. I don't know that we'll go that late on Tuesday, but if you could go ahead and make those arrangements. I, of course, need to remind you of the admonition because we're getting ready for the weekend and this is going to be a 3-day weekend for you all as far as this trial is concerned. Once again, do not form any opinions about this case until you have heard all of the evidence presented. Do not talk to anyone about this case. Do not allow anyone else to talk to you about it. You all can probably, I'm trying to count off on my fingers. No opinions, no talking, no independent research or investigation, and report back to the court if any of that happens. Does anyone have any questions about scheduling? Okay, you can leave your notebooks on your seats. Enjoy your weekend, enjoy this beautiful weather, and we will see you on Tuesday morning. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. 9 o'clock on Tuesday. You all may be seated. Anything before I go off the record?
Did we do the eval of?
Oh, you want to do the eval? Sure. You don't need me for that, right? You're just going to put it into the record.
I think as long as the record is running.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll be out here, but I just didn't know if you needed my attention for it.
and would you mind me waiting for the disc of today's?
No, not at all.
No, I've never done. What I need to do.
Why don't you get coaching from Mr. Lewis?
And Judge, while we're still on the record, I do just want to put briefly, we did have some conversations and I did agree to allow them to ask some questions that were beyond the scope of their notice. So
Okay.
I think we did everything we could to accommodate and allow them to get in what they needed to.
Like just open.
Yep.
But on behalf of defendant Allen, as avowal evidence in the ruling limiting the scope of questioning of expert witness Megan Clement, had we not been denied the ability to do so, we would have inquired into the differences between the identifier kit used by KSP in 2013, testing at 16 loci versus the kit that is now used, Fusion kit, testing at 24 loci. The differences between the two, that 50% more information would be provided, and therefore you could include or exclude more persons, and that the newer kit is more sensitive and may have been able to bring out information from samples that were previously too limited for comparison. Additionally, we would have discussed extrapolations of the frequency of YSTR numbers in the swabs of 9.14, 9.15, 9.3, which is respectively breast, neck, mouth, and then the lips, chin, and nares area.
When you all email jury instructions this weekend, will you also copy my staff attorney, Ruth Coleman? It's ruthcoleman@kycourts.net.
Here's all, there's no period.
Yeah, no periods, all just one word. Yeah. All right. All right, good work this week, you all.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, even though we're not going to full, they'll still